So welcome to a wonderful room full of our experts here on human rights. And we would also like to say thank you to the European Commission, especially Carlos, Emilio and Paul, for pushing forward this extremely important topic. And I'd like to thank everyone online. We do have some housekeeping points that we want to go through. Please feel free online to actually indicate who you are. If you want to express any content or ideas, best practices that you won't get a chance, obviously, to do as a speaker, if you're not talking, but you do have an opportunity to actually put this into the chat. We do love this. We will make notes of what you've written and then come back to you one-on-one. So we really value the input you've given. If you look at the agenda, we do have a packed day with 4 panels. First, we'll have some welcome remarks, and then we do have some interactions from the audience as well. What we want to try and do is, which would be wonderful if we were able today to perhaps consider the thought process of aligning internal functions, such as the legal, the engineering, and the human rights teams all together, speaking not in a siloed effort and not as an afterthought, but the whole standardization process has this already as a default factor from the time that we're discussing standardization. Human rights are brought in immediately. And I thought it would be fitting to start with Volker Turk's statement, the United Nations High Commissioner of Human Rights, where he said, "Our two worlds, the world of technological expertise, long the domain of standard developing organizations, and the world of human rights are moving closer. There is no magic potion that will provide a solution to this complex challenge. Developing standards is hard work, and all of you know that, as is understanding human rights and translating them into practice." So without further ado, I'd like to pass the floor already for some welcome remarks to Emilio Davila Gonzalez. Emilio has coordinated ICT standardization issues within DG Connect since 2013. With so much energy and enthusiasm, really, including the EU multi-stakeholder platform. He develops digital standardization strategies and participates in EU and international standardization governance. And so with that, over to you, Emilio. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Silvana. Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and also virtual attendance of this workshop. My Deputy Director General, Renate Nicolai, was supposed to give you the introductory remarks and the welcome to today's sunny Brussels, which is also a surprise, possibly because we have an important topic. But unfortunately, she was called for a meeting with the Vice President Virkkunen, and she sends her apologies. But I'm really glad to be honored to give you the welcome remarks to DG Connect and to Brussels, because this is really an important topic that I care a lot. ICT standardization, and I would like to make it clear, Silvana has also made it, is more than developing new technologies or adopting technical specifications. Clearly, we need to keep in mind that at the end of the day, digital technologies are developed for the human use and for the benefit of human people. And these new technologies, and let's look at artificial intelligence, virtual worlds, Internet of Things, 6G, they're more and more embedded in everyday life. And now everybody lives with his or her mobile phone, thinking about our children. And standards are a key tool to ensure that they have this human dimension. So we need to take this human dimension in the whole life cycle of digital technology, not only at the end, but since the very beginning when developers, when innovators are thinking what will be the new technology. And this is, of course, also a must in standardization, because the standards, for instance, care for making all the devices interoperable and usable by all the different communities. So if we want to ensure that digital standards are implemented, that they are accepted by the market, and in particular by the consumers, they need to include this human dimension. Otherwise, we have a problem and we may find a reaction. And bear in mind that a standard that is not respectful of human rights simply will not be implementable. We have seen these examples. We have a very nice technical standard, but is not respecting human rights, I don't know, invasive of data, personal data, privacy, then unfortunately it will not be implementable. And we want the standards to be implemented. So the question is, how do we ensure that this human-centric dimension can be achieved in the standardization world? And I've been involved in standardization for many years, and I have heard many times, okay, standardization is about engineers, technical, and human rights experts, societal, lawyers, etc. And then it's only at the end. No, I truly believe that these two communities can work together and that a human-centric approach can be incorporated in the standardization cycle. So again, making the standards more acceptable and easier to be implemented. So it's really important that the two communities, all human rights, societal experts, lawyers, standardizers, engineers, technical people. In some cases, you have some rare exception. I was talking earlier to another colleague that bring together both engineers and societal dimension. But otherwise, you can put them together and discuss for the benefit of deploying the standards and the technology in the right field. That's why we decided, together with the ITU and with the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, to organize this standard, this workshop, because we think that there is a clear room to bring the two technologies together and not taking radical positions, but understand each other for the benefit of deploying new technologies that are human, that have this humanization. This is why, really, again, I warmly welcome all you that came to Brussels today and all those that are participating. And I encourage everybody to really participate online and use the online tooling and put forward questions. All these experts representing the standardization world and the civil society. So I'm really excited to listen to the discussion today. And again, thank you to the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights and to ITU to organize with us, and also to the member states. Have a good workshop.
Thank you, Emilio. Thank you so much. And in fact, with that, before coming into our first panel, I would like to pass the floor to our OHCHR representative to the EU. That's Christina Meinecke-Schalev, to say a few welcome words. Thank you. Over to you, Christina.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, I'm Christina, the representative here of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Brussels to the European Union, and we are really super happy to co-organize with the European Commission and the ITU this event and see so much interest in participation on the convergence between human rights and technical standards. It's not the first event that we are organizing together during the last ITU's World Telecommunication Standardization Assembly in New Delhi. The European Commission, together with the Czech Republic, France, OHCHR, and ITU, also organized an event that reinforced the critical link between technical standards and human rights in the digital age, recognizing that technical standards can either promote or hinder human rights, depending on their design and implementation. But as we also all well know, this recognition derives from the obligation under the 9 core international human rights treaties, widely ratified by states around the globe, under which governments have duties, but also the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights, under which companies have responsibilities to ensure that technical standardization upholds human rights. Also, we should remember that member states have recognized in the UN context, e.g. in the Global Digital Compact, that when developing AI standards, states and standard setting organizations should put human rights at the forefront and center. Beyond that recognition, embedding human rights and human rights principles into standards, as Emilio was also pointing out, is the right thing to do. It improves them It helps adapt them to the needs of people and to take account of the diversity of environments where they are implemented, and it avoids unwanted side effects. We are seeing increasingly examples that show how different actors are moving towards addressing human rights concerns in standardization, including in AI. And I would just like to highlight a few examples of where our office has been involved. In December 2025, major actors, ITU, IEC, ISO came together in South Korea in an event that OHCHR co-organized and launched the Seoul Statement on AI Standards. This is a turning point because 3 out of the 4 commitments of the statements directly relate to human rights. Secondly, our office published also last year a new study on human rights and standards, making technical standards work for humanity, new pathways for incorporating international human rights standards into the development for digital technologies. And we are really grateful to many of you in the room who contributed to the study, who provided insights and feedback. And we would specifically like to express thanks to the European Union, as this was a deliverable under a project supported by the EU, which ran until last September. And we want to build on that as an office, because also, as you may know, under the UN Global Digital Compact, we are asked to establish a human rights advisory service on digital technologies to provide tailored, independent, and authoritative guidance to states and other stakeholders grounding digital transformations in international human rights law. Lastly, an example to talk about is the European Telecommunication Standards Institute Human Rights Checkpoints and Checklist, approved by its board, established a test phase for a human rights assessment for standards development as an exploratory process, and I understand you are discussing this afternoon. So I come back to the same quote that you have referred to before, yes, from the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, that we need to come basically together in the developing the standards, which is hard work. But I do think we have come a long way together with the EU, member states, standard development organizations, civil society, technical community, and business. We have brought this from a niche to a mainstream issue and must seize the momentum to continue on that trajectory. So equally, as Emilio has said, very happy that all of you are here to move this forward along that path. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I think I'm going to stick my neck out now. And I was speaking this morning, I won't say with who. You said, you know, there are separate tables where this discussion is happening. We all need to be around the same table. Otherwise you end up saying, well, I've already discussed this somewhere else. Well, I've already discussed this with someone else. So all of those standardization developing organizations who are talking about this, the question is, are they talking to each other, or are they working in siloed efforts, which is certainly something that can't be sustainable going forward. So with that thought, I will tell you that the event is being recorded. So if anyone has an issue with this, then speak now or leave the room. Forever hold your peace. And with that, I will like to now introduce our wonderful experts for panel 1, the human rights dimension of ICT standards. So you see the names coming up on the screen already. So I'd like to invite you, please, to come up already. And excuse me, I've lost the sheet. Yes, could I call up, please, Cynthia, Marek, Michael, and Olivier, and I'll go through the introductions after. So whilst we do that, we want to underline that this introductory section aims to establish the conceptual and policy framework. Yeah, please do come up, see where your name is, and sit yourself in front of your name tag. Exploring how human rights principles intersect with ICT standardization and the broader regulatory landscape. So each session will have Each speaker will have 10 minutes. Okay, so please do check your clock so we don't go over time. And I will like to ask I'm going to call up to the podium already, Cynthia Longwa-Lesufi, the South African mission to the UN. Cynthia is a policy and regulatory development manager with over 15 years of experience in the ICT sector. So it's wonderful to have her with us. She's a minister counsel at the South African mission to the UNITU office, and she contributes to digital policy, stakeholder engagement, and international cooperation on emerging technologies and ICT governance. And it's great that she's going to come on board and give us some best practices, which is always something so crucial and makes us understand how this work is evidently more important. Over to you, Cynthia. Thank you and welcome. Let's give Cynthia a round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, Salvina. And good morning to everyone in the room and to those that are joining us online. I think it is a real pleasure to be here with you today at this important seminar. This discussion for me, I would say, it's a build-up on the momentum of what you have already started during the WTSA 2024 in New Delhi, something that is already been said, and it continues the work carried out within the ITU Council Working Group on Strategic and Financial Plan, as well as the recent Telecommunication Standardization Group meetings in Geneva, where my colleagues from the European member states submitted contributions on integrating human rights into the work of the ITU, which of course South Africa happened to support. And I think let me start with a simple message, which says that the future of ICT standardization must remain firmly human-centric. At the same time, I think we also need to be clear that human-centric does not mean the same thing to everyone. Different regions and different stakeholders bring different perspectives shaped by their legal frameworks, of course, cultural context and development priorities, and as well as policy choices. This diversity is not a problem to solve, ladies and gentlemen, but rather a strength that we need to build on. It is what allows us to develop standards that are truly global, inclusive, and relevant. We are really living through a period of extraordinary technological change. AI, the metaverse, 5G, and soon to be 6G and DPI are transforming our economies, our societies, and the way we interact. These technologies really create enormous opportunity for innovation and development, but they also raise what I believe are complex challenges, especially when it comes to protecting human rights. And at the same time, I've also discovered that human rights are not abstract concepts. They are clearly defined in international frameworks. And I think speakers before me, they've highlighted that. However, when we bring these principles into technical standards, we encounter the reality that there are different views on how this right should be reflected in practice. Some emphasize privacy and data protection. Others focus on access, affordability, and the right to development. Others again prioritize security and resilience. These are not opposing views, but rather they are complementary. But bringing them together requires a dialogue, understanding, and balance. And this is exactly where ICT standards play a crucial role. Standards are often seen as purely technical. And again, in reality, they show how technology works, how systems interact, and ultimately how people experience the digital world. This means that they must reflect fundamental values, privacy, non-discrimination, transparency, access to information, and protection of livelihoods, while remaining flexible enough to apply across different contexts. And this is why it is so important to underline standards should be human-centered by design. Not added at the end, but considered from the very beginning. And I think Salvina has also stated this. If we integrate human-centric principle at the design stage, we ensure that technologies serve people, respect rights, and respond to real needs. A human-centric approach to standardization, it is therefore about creating space for different perspectives and about translating broad principles into workable solutions. And I also want to highlight the importance of bringing the African perspective into this conversation. Africa is a continent of immense diversity, creativity, and rapidly growing digital innovation. At the same time, it faces challenges such as connectivity gaps, digital inequality. In this context, the impact of emerging technologies can particularly be significant, including African perspective in standardization, help us better understand real world needs, promote access and affordability, and avoid widening existing inequalities. And importantly, African stakeholders are not just contributing, they are actively shaping the global digital landscape. This then brings me to the importance of multi-stakeholder approach. No single actor can address these issues alone that I've mentioned. Effective and trusted standardization depends on collaboration between governments, international organizations, industry, civil society, the academia, and of course, standard bodies. Each has a role to play, not only in providing expertise, but also in ensuring that different perspectives on human rights are properly considered. As we build on work carried out at WTSA, at the TSAG rather, the Telecommunication Standardization Advisory Group 2026, and looking ahead to the upcoming ITU Council, where the input of European member states is going to be reflected in the strategic plan of the ITU. We have a clear responsibility to move this discussion forward in a way that reflects the diversity of perspective in what human-centric approach means in practice. This is not about imposing one single model. It is about building common ground and ensuring that human rights are meaningfully integrated into technical work while respecting different contexts. In other words, we must ensure that human-centric values are not an afterthought, but are embedded by design into standardization process itself. And in conclusion, dear colleagues, a human-centric approach is not something that is really optional for us. It is essential. It is a foundation for building digital future that is safe, inclusive, and trustworthy for everyone. So, Salvina, I think this is what I wanted to share with the colleagues today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I know we have a question from Christian in the chat, but our UN representative has left. I would prefer perhaps to pick that question up in panel 3, which is where we're tackling this specifically, if we can wait, if you don't mind. And then we have a discussion going on after anyway, which leads me to our second panelist. I'd like to introduce Marek Janowski, who is a diplomat at the permanent mission of the Czech Republic to the UN. Welcome, Marek. He served as a Czech diplomat for over 20 years with posts in Brussels, the EC, and the European External Action Service, and now covers the digital and cyber portfolio in Geneva. So the discussion points here is on what matters for the EU Geneva diplomatic community as regards HR and standardization discussion. The floor is yours, Marek. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Silvana, dear colleagues, dear organizers, so many thanks first of all to DG Connect, of course, the High Commissioners office and the ITU as well for interesting platform that actually gathers us here in Brussels. And by looking at the mix of participants, I see that it's going to be an interesting one, because I think it's quite rare that we gather together representatives of technical communities. I see some familiar faces in the back, so I'm glad that yes, Arnaud, hello, that people from different ranks are here, because as the speakers before me said, it's important that this is not yet another discussion between the convinced ones, but it's a real discussion between those who actually, who preach the values and those who actually need to, in reality, produce them. And I think this should be a guiding mechanism of our work, is to, the both camps should reflect this and respect each other, because we do have, let's say, common task, but two different approaches. And as I have been working for 3.5 years on the matter, I've really learned that it's super important to really sit together and to listen what the individuals need to do, because it's not easy for the engineers and for the technicians to devise a standard if we kind of, stifle them, if I can use this word here, with a lot of regulation, or even soft regulation, nice regulation, value-based regulation, which of course we adhere to, but they don't know what to do about it. So we need to really find a common ground. And I think it's the beauty of this work to bring the sort of value-based system into reality. And I think this is really what matters here the most. I'd like to maybe begin a little bit by speaking, why the diplomatic community has been gathering behind this principle. I think we have all collectively, not only diplomats, they've decided to live in a transformative age, which means we transform from analog or offline to online. The digital transformation then carries certain risks and, of course, advantages as well. But the risk is that we collectively claim that we want to live online as we live offline. Well, great. But then it means that we also need to transform our legislative system from offline world to the online world. And that's precisely what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to achieve it in a way that it doesn't hurt us, in a way that we still can live our lives in safety and security and in, let's say, harmony. And therefore, I think the world, including the EU, started to react to this new developments. I remember 2022, the council here, the Foreign Council, came up with conclusions which were on digital diplomacy, where we actually coined this expression, human-centric and human rights-based. We were really struggling with even knowing what human-centric means, which can be also beauty of this expression. And we thought, okay, so how about trying to combine the two? We have this more general ethical human-centric and more precise legal binding human rights-based. And so off we went to different parts of the world. And I think my country has been quite vocal in both Geneva and even New York about this principle. I think like many other countries of the EU. And thus, we thought that Geneva is a perfect place to try to implement this, because ITU, for us, by the way, for my whole family, is something which really has a weight. It has got a reputation of a standardization body which is really historically grounded and has got influence over many generations of engineers. And so the responsibility of ITU is clear. Being a part of a UN family gives it a special position. So the diplomats had a clear vision to try to incentivize or responsibilize the ITU even further in trying to implement the human rights-based principles into their standardization work. And I think up until now, we've been trying, as Cynthia also pointed out, in various ways. We went from political, even Bucharest 22, the plenipotentiary meeting, from a political declaration down to the technical levels, where we believe that it matters most to have some interesting pilot project which can then demonstrate, what it actually means to have a standard which actually observes the human rights principles rather than, speak about it for ages, having nice resolutions, and after all, not doing anything like always, being a little bit provocative, of course. But for us, what really matters is try practically, as I say, to do this. And therefore, I come back to my first point, a practical negotiation with experts who lead, for example, in ITU, the study groups, who actually daily need to confront and discuss with their colleagues from all parts of the world what an individual standard needs to have is key. Otherwise, you just cannot move forward. In the maybe I'll mention one paradox, which is actually an interesting thing, I think, at the heart of the diplomacy as well. And it's the paradox that the new and emerging technologies are global goods. And, as Cynthia said, very often regional specificities kick in. It can be specific in terms of languages, specific in terms of traditions, different needs, different starting points. But I think we need to try, so it's difficult to try to find something which actually drives us together in, as Cynthia said, in kind of common understanding what human-centric really is. So I think we need to, and that's why this kind of approach can be a little bit also difficult to tackle at a huge international fora, is that all the regions need to thrive. We need to find a really common denominator that can be a good starting point for everybody to test. Maybe a few practical points that I would like to maybe highlight for the future work. One is, and it's a very good positive thing that we actually, I think in Geneva specifically, we managed to bring together various stakeholders. The first stakeholder, of course, that is extremely important is the OHCHR's Office of the High Commissioner, not only through the High Commissioner himself, but also through a technical team that is being represented here by Michel, for example. But there's not only Michel, there's more people around him that are able and eager to serve as a sort of a anchor, or as a, let's say, consultancy body, if need be, in the future deliberations also with ITU. That's extremely helpful. Their position is unquestionable in the realm of international human rights law, and that is helpful. The second thing is also the other standard-static organizations, specifically in Geneva, but also elsewhere. So I think ITU, through its traditional weight, can also bring in other players such as ISO, IEC. So in Geneva, what we also try to do is to engage and sort of inside this kind of tripartite communication conversations, which I think also started a couple of years ago, and it's hopefully going on. And it will be interesting to hear in the afternoon if something more specific can be said about this as well. Maybe last 2 points. For the I see actually 2 things for the also future deliberations. One is on the sort of consumer protection. I think ITU, what it can do better is to engage into these specific discussions around standards, more of a voice of consumers, who in my view are a little bit lost into this specific dichotomy between states and big tech companies. I'm not talking about whatever non-state actor that you can imagine, but really informed civil society who will definitely speak a little bit, from this consumer citizen perspective that can enrich the conversation on a more technical levels. And then maybe the other and last thing I would like to mention is maybe we can be helped by the speedy technological advancement. I know that, for example, the agentic AI is an interesting or a very important element and or even elephant in the room, thanks to which we might need a real regulation through human-centric or human rights-based approach in the times where there is a big push for this to be standardized as soon as possible. So let me finish by this, and maybe one provocative sentence is that, you know, after all, it doesn't matter if what we do is right or wrong, but what really matters is that we do try it, and you know, we try to jointly kind of implement our values into the specific technological realm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marek. That was extremely informative. So the voice of consumers is to park that there as a phrase, and having them, you know, part of the conversation, right? Thank you. I'm going to switch a second the positioning and actually call now Olivier Allais from ITUT. Welcome, Olivier. Olivier is a program coordinator at the ITU. He leads efforts to integrate human rights considerations into global technical standardization. So we're spot on here. It's spot on that you're here. Computer engineer by training, and you bring over 20 years of experience at the intersection of tech development and human rights across diverse international settings. We look forward to listening to what you have to say. Thank you, Olivier.
My turn. Hello, everyone. I could start to give you a bit of context about what we are doing at ITU on human rights and standardization. First, technical standards, we need to realize they are not neutral. They shape how digital technology affect people's rights, from privacy, dignity, equality, and non-discrimination. So embedding human rights in ICT standards is something essential to build trust, accountability, and inclusivity in the digital economy in general. At ITUT, so the sector working on standardization where I belong, we have 10 different study groups. And some of them have been already working on human rights, even if they don't really know that they were working on human rights. I can give you a couple of examples. For example, the study group 5 is working on sustainability and e-waste. The study group 20 is working on a smart, sustainable city, and this study group, they've been developing indicators, KPI, to see if a city is smart and sustainable. And half of those indicators are related to human rights. And they've been working on it without really knowing that they were considering human rights when they were developing those indicators. We have also the study group 21 working on telehealth, for example, and of course the study groups 17 working on privacy. To give you a bit more context, and we didn't talk that much about the Global Digital Compact, but in the Global Digital Compact, we have a clear call for standardization body like ITU to collaborate on AI standards and technical standards, and to embed human rights in the development of ICT standards. From this call, from the Global Digital Compact, ITU, we started to build a platform for discussions. So in New Delhi, during the WTC, so about 18 months ago, maybe more now, we had the International AI Standards Summit in Delhi to start talking about trust in ICT standards, human rights also. And of course, the second edition was in Seoul. And when, as we already said, we have a specific statement from ISO, IEC, ITU, and explicitly saying that we need to embed human rights in the design of AI standards. I could talk also about the previous work that we have been doing for about 2.5 years at ITU about concerning human rights and standardizations. 2.5 years ago, we were not really talking about human rights. At ITU, we are talking about ethics. Human-centric technology using human rights was a bit difficult. And when I start working at ITU, I work a lot of internal awareness and talking with colleagues in the different study group and trying to see their understanding about human rights, and to have a lot of discussions internally and to have internal informative sessions. And we conduct an internal survey. So it was last year on human rights integrations across the different study groups. I'm going to talk more about it. We also developed a comparative study between the different standardization body and to see how the other standardization body are considered. So I can keep talking about the key findings on this internal survey that we have been working on at ITU for a couple of months. And also the different study groups came back internally with a strong demand
Okay, with 1 minute over, I'd like to pass the floor to our moderator for the second panel, and I'd like to thank Patricia Shaw for coming in last minute as we had problems with our original moderator. I'm so sorry, she had some issues, Raquel Reno Nunes. So if I'd like to call up Patricia Shaw from. And I'm going to actually do the bio for you. Otherwise, you're going to have to introduce yourself. No, which is nicer. So you represent Equinet, Sensenelec JTC 21, European Network of Equality Bodies. Patricia Shaw is CEO of Beyond
tool, and we are using it, and we invite all the possible interested parties to do it. When developing this checklist and using it in our work, especially on AI standardization, we are still facing some open questions, and I would like to discuss them with the panel and all of you. What is the right balance between what is technical and what is legal in terms of protection? How can we draft standards
My name is Jochen Friedrich. I work for IBM, where I am in standardization and technical regulation, and I'm a member of the ETSI board. I have the pleasure to chair panel number 3 today, and the orchestration is that
and biotechnology. That's the conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zhu. More food for thought for our panel, which we will enter now. So I'm very happy after all of this 30 minutes of introduction to introduce the fantastic panel we have on this topic. What do standards organizations do for human rights? And I said earlier, instead of me reading all your biographies, we can go through the line and you introduce all yourselves, and we can just start to my left with Clara and then go to the end, and then we go into the discussion. Clara, please, just 2-sentence introduction. Don't tell us all your history of your past biography, not more than you provided here to me, please.
Thank you, Johan, and thank you for having me here. My name is Clara Neppel. I'm the Senior Director of IEEE in Europe. We are based in Vienna, well, we are focusing on two things, public policy and standards. So it's very pertinent to what we're discussing right now. In addition to that, I'm also co-chair of the OECD expert group on AI and privacy, as well as on different other advisory groups, including the one to the government of Austria on AI.
Thank you. Patricia?
My name is Patricia Martel. I work like a consultant and auditor in management systems like ISO. Thank you.
Simone, please.
I'm Simone Onofri. I'm the security lead of W3C, or World Wide Web Consortium. And so I'm also taking care about security of the web, and human rights fits in my scope. So I'm a technical person, but I also study commercial diplomacy in a doctorate. So I have both views. Just a bit of the pouting.
Nelleke, please.
Yes, my name is Nelleke Groen. I work for the Dutch government in a department that is actually technical development for our government. I am a lawyer. I have programmed, however, in my youth, setting up the internet at home when it was not possible unless you did it yourself. So I have some knowledge, but it's tiny.
Arnaud, please.
Yes, so Arnaud Tadei, I'm the chair of the study group 17 in the ITUT. That's the study group that deals with security and trust. I'm new chair for the UK since WTSA 24 in October. I as well work in IETF. I attend ETSI a little bit and other standard bodies. I'm pretty young in standardization. I'm only 8 years there. The other thing is that I am a technologist. I am not coming from diplomacy. I don't do international relationships. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a pure engineer.
Thank you. And on the virtual space, Zhu, we already heard you, but please also 2 sentences of introduction.
Yes, so my name is Kyung Myung Lee, professor at Liverpool John Moores University in the UK. For international standardization, I am a rapporteur of ITUT study group 13 and study group 20. But for human rights aspects, I have been involved several standardization efforts in IEEE regarding special web technological solutions. Recently, IEEE has developed the framework document for special web. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, before we go into the panel discussion and exchange, I believe we go for an interactive question again, which may be popping up in a second. So take out your smartphones again, be prepared. Here it goes, live poll. So have you ever experienced standards with impact on human rights? If yes, which ones? Okay, interesting. This seems to be going to a 2/3, 1/3, or even more. Stabilizes at a bit over 2/3, 71. (70-30). whenever I try. This is again more closer to the 2/3, 1/3 here. Interesting, very good. And then we are looking at the chat. Which ones? So please put in your things into the chat. Here, okay, I see some. Emilio says, e-accessibility, e-call, cloud SLAs, new IP, blockchain, AI, golden rational, again, e-accessibility. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. 301-549. Who in the room knows what 301-549 is? You should have raised your hand and not said it. Exactly. Okay, yeah, very good. Thank you very much. Interesting. So actually more people say they have experienced it a lot, significantly more than those say who have not. Interesting. Okay, let's get into the discussion. The topic is, what do standards organizations do for human rights? So let me ask Clara, what has been achieved so far in IEEE or anywhere else you know?
Thank you. Well, I thank you also for the introduction that you also said, made for IEEE. Maybe just for those of you who don't know, IEEE is a little bit special because we are a standard setting organization, but we are embedded into large technical associations. So we have more than 500,000 members worldwide that basically cover technology from research to standardization to adoption. And maybe for this reason, the question of impact of technology, and especially the impact, ethical impact and impact on human rights, came up very early. I know very clearly it was 2016, so 10 years ago, when these questions popped up in IEEE, and that was the reason I actually joined to IEEE, and the initiative Ethically Aligned Design started. Now this initiative came up with basically opening up the technical community to all this expertise that we are discussing, you know, including philosophers, doctors, and so on, to see what negative impact, but also positive ones, the emerging intelligent autonomous system can have. And it is, so after 3 years, basically, and a lot of consultation, there is this ethical aligned design report, which is an open document for everyone, came up. And human rights was the first principle, basically, that of the design principles that the technologies should follow in the design. And this was adopted by the entire IEEE as one of the guiding principles since then. And there were two questions, basically, what is it that we can do ourselves? So what is it that the technical community can do itself? And where is it where we have to work with others, with institutions? And of course, when it comes to what we can do ourselves, standards come very early into in mind. And this led to, since then, a series of standards. So IEEE 7000 series was mentioned already. It is a series because we have now, 22, and we are basically starting with 7100, which is more on the environmental side, that was also mentioned before. I would like to mention these three. So basically, value-based design, which is the IEEE 7000, procurement, and children's rights, because I think that all this is very important. So when we come from IEEE 7000, it's really about assessing. It is a methodology of how to assess the values that are important for the given context, and it's a risk-based approach, and how to make sure that the mitigation is included into the system design. So that methodology has now been tested quite a lot. I mentioned it already. There are implementations in Austria and Korea and so on. It's a horizontal standard. We have a lot of other standards that are 7001, 3, and so on, which go into the more vertical aspects of transparency, bias, and I think that there is a background noise. Okay, I will. The other group that I wanted to highlight is that on ethical procurement. It's basically also ethical procurement based off AI systems. And it takes the procurement process into account and see what are the possible impacts of human rights that need to be taken into account in a procurement process. So this is the IEEE 3119. And the last but not least, I would like to mention the children's rights. The question on children's rights, which is now very topical, as so many legislation is popping up, and the discussion about children having mental problems, manipulation, and so on. So we started again in this discussion as part of the Ethically Aligned Design initiative, the specific human rights, children's rights in the digital space, which are not respected. Let's be very blunt about it, which are not respected because children are basically treated as adults and they have special rights. So we started the discussion with the Five Rights Foundation in the UK, but also with UNICEF and other organizations. And I think that as part of this dialogue, the standard 2089 and on age verification and age appropriate design came up. And I think that with this, I come to the second part. So what is it that we can do? And then what is it that we need to do with others? And I already mentioned the Five Rights Foundation. I mentioned also UNICEF. So these are the kind of things where you basically need to know what are the problems and what you can do from a technical point of view. Others that I would like to mention is also the Council of Europe. Of course, the Council of Europe is all about the human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. So we were part of the CAI, and now also of the expert group on emerging technologies. Also on the human rights impact assessment. And of course, one thing I wanted to highlight is a report that we did together with them on the human rights implications of the metaverse, which came also with new human rights problems, right? What does privacy mean in this space, including also mental, privacy of the thoughts, or what does the control of identity mean, right? And I also already mentioned we are part of the OECD. I'm also actually chairing one of the groups there on AI and privacy. And we were also working with the High Commissioner of Human Rights to see on a report that you mentioned. So that's in short for the moment.
Impressive. Thank you very much. Yeah, let me simply move on with a more or less same question, and now a perspective, if I may say so, from Latin America, from Peru, yeah. What is happening from your perspective, and probably not limited to Latin America because you are active in ISO as well, but you come with a Latin American perspective, a Peruvian perspective.
Thanks for the yes. In Latin America, each country has its own standard organization and its own regulation, even if the spirit of the standard is often similar across countries. Right now, we are in a period of change, especially in Peru. We already have a recent AI regulation that includes human rights safeguards like no discrimination and accessibility. This regulation allows 1 to 2 years for implementation depending on the risk level of the AI use case. At the same time, we see a steady growth in the use of technology. We already have an official register of AI developers and technologies labs. Besides, several startups have been recognized as regional success cases. Most importantly, our national SDO, INACAL, has promoted a discussion of on AI and formally adopt ISO 42001 as a Peruvian technical standard. This gives Peruvian companies a verifiable framework to manage AI risk, bias, transparency, and data protection. So we are not starting from zero. However, we try to keep moving forward in a parallel with a local reality, where companies design and develop their products and their services, mainly due to the market demand or pressure competitive, without integrating all human rights requirements from the design phase. In practice, a company should know how to comply with the public AI fairness requirement through bias testing, representative datasets, or human reviews. But this is not always the case. For this reason, a clear link between principles and evidence is necessary. This means building stronger operational bridges across 3 levels. The first one, the technical committees that draft requirements. Second, the regulators that understand human rights obligations. Third, and maybe more important, companies that need to translate those requirements into controls and compliance evidence. So, from my perspective, the next maturity step for our SDOs may be 2. Develop or adopt implementation guides, sector-specific examples, assessment criteria, and clear competencies for evaluators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may ask back one question, what I found interesting is, so thank you for your concrete 4, I think it was, 4 points at the end, yeah.
Clear competencies for our evaluators, like auditors or verificators.
Yeah, yeah. And earlier you also said that, was it the government or the standards body in Peru that implemented 42001 as a reference for how to use AI, for using AI?
Our SDO.
The SDO.
SDO.
Yeah.
Called INACAL.
Ah, okay. But this is interesting that the SDO looks at the standard themselves to implement it and use it. So we do see a mutual benefit here from standards like Clara described the P7000 series, for example, in IEEE 42001, and then a standards body implementing it and seeing we use it. We currently have some discussions as well, and it's coming up how to use AI in standardization. So this is interesting. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on in my question sheet here, which of course we prepared. Yeah, you don't be surprised. So we heard about several examples, what standards bodies have done, what could be done. And I'm sure Simone from IEEE from W3C can add a word on this as well. But then I would also like to ask you to also address already outcomes of these activities, these actions.
Okay, thank you. So in W3C, of course, we are not starting from zero, and because we are really active in accessibility, for example, and for this we have a lot of horizontal reviews groups. So we have accessibility for security, for privacy, for internationalization. So we don't have a place in which, okay, we are rights concern in a single place, but we are distributed, which is a good thing because we can put different skill sets around W3C. But on the other side, one of the thing is that the technical groups can be bored because they need to do a lot of things. And this is why what we are learning in particular, and from the standard development process perspective, not just to say, yes, we have ethical web principles, which is something good, but this is not, I think, useful for us for today, is that we are understood that we need to shift left. So we need to not just doing the review, but also put on the design. And this is why we are building questionnaires like tools. This is pretty much what we already rising up in our poll this morning. And also a unified process, which is based on threat modeling. So we are thinking about bad things that can happen, but I'm working for security and I'm taking care about what can go wrong. If something that can go, is fantastic, but it's not part of my job. And another part is that what we are learning that we need, as also we say, the common vocabulary, because without a common vocabulary, it's impossible to work. And we are developing tools, in particular facilitation methods. We have the same thing in threat modeling, trying to let engineers to understand security is difficult. And one of the techniques we are using for facilitation is using Lego. Just for example, this is a duck. It's not my duck, it's from Patricia. And these are just 6 pieces. And in our workshop, when we ask all the participants to build a duck, which is something physical, and there are also ducks around Brussels, and there are all different combinations. I made with 100 participants and it was all different. And also in a table, I see another different duck. And if we think this with the human rights and also like privacy, freedom of expression, it can be run crazy. And this is why we need specific tools to build our dictionaries. And also another point, which is another good lesson learned, that engineers don't need just to understand a right or bringing in a technical concept, but they need to feel. And for example, using metaphors, this kind of topics and this kind of tooling, they can just feel, okay, if I'm doing this thing, this can happen very bad. And it's similar for accessibility, because we can think about, yes, a website should be accessible for low vision people. And say, okay, now I'm blind, but I still can see with glasses. But what happens if I'm at the beach and with a lot of sunlight and maybe more contrast on the website, more contrast on the device? And this can be simple, but can be these more impersonating things. Also because our technology is not just released in Europe and implemented in Europe, but worldwide. So we need a different perspective, also from different cultures. And this is one. So just to summarize, lesson learned, shifting left, facilitation, and unify the process that for us is distributed, but we need to shape in a similar way for helping people. And this is also, for example, for putting lawyers, civil society is great. In particular, if civil society can be inside the groups, helping them through the development process, which is great. And this is why also we are starting a program for policymakers to make them a good way for interacting with engineers. Like, for example, how to write in GitHub, which is legit. Also, I mess GitHub, even if I'm a technical person. And this is why we think, yes, it's good also to include people from civil society, but inside the process in which people can discuss and finding the trade-offs. Okay, too much time. Thank you.
No, absolutely fine. Okay. Yeah, the next in line here is Nelleke. So Nelleke, I asked you before we can come back to another expert on standardization, but you already introduced yourself as a lawyer. You look at us maybe a bit from another angle of what is happening in standardization. So what would you give us here? What are considerations for the process? What are lessons learned? What do you see? What is happening? And what would you see? What has been achieved already?
Yeah, thank you. I'm also a standardization expert by now, even though I'm even younger than you are. Been doing this for 3 years now, but people keep introducing me as an expert, so I'll take it. I think the interesting thing when you bring human rights to standardization, and it was already there, but I started doing this during AI standardization. I'm in JTC 21, where the standardization requests, please do something about safeguarding fundamental rights. So that's a very clear, to me as a lawyer, that's a very clear message to the world. We need to address this in our standardization. Now, how to do that is really pretty complicated. Well, that's what this whole day is about. So I've been working in JTC 21, which is like very high level and very, European Commission asks us for horizontal standards. That's even more difficult than just making the standards and dealing with human rights. Because human rights ask for context and perspectives. Law asks for context and perspectives. And how do you bring that up without any cases? So we have no real case law here, but we still have to decide how to make it more abstract and general. So at the same time, what we've been doing recently, and which is one of the reasons I think why I was asked here, is that on a national level, so like all the way on the other side of the spectrum, we decided within the standardization developing organization to work on a Dutch technical agreement, which is like a SEN workshop agreement, if I'm correct. It was very specific. It was on profiling algorithms to be used within the government and how to determine whether they're biased. Well, obviously they're always biased, but you have some way of discerning on how much biased they still are. This is not the right language. Obviously, this is my lawyerly language. But what we did was bring both civil society, scientists, people working in this from a statistical point of view, and lawyers, a philosopher actually, so not just lawyers, but also philosophers. Well, what we did, because they were not common to the standardization table. So many people did not really know how the language was or what they were supposed to do. And what we did was be very flexible and lenient on the processes, still keeping the processes that were needed in standardization, but be a little bit more lenient with people not understanding that the way things are done normally. And that really helped out. We also sort of buddied up people to help them understand what was going on at the table when we were discussing this. And so one of the two things that I bring from this, well, experiment pilot way of working is that that if you want to bring these new groups together and you want to really help them work together and try and integrate this technical standardization and human rights challenges and what that actually means in the real world, you all have to take a step forward, all of the people at the table, to try and understand each other, which is part of why I just in the beginning mentioned there's a lot in the standardization process that requests that from all the people at the table. It's just for so long, I think maybe the technical people have been able to do this by themselves, and I have to let in a new group, and that's always difficult. But asking for consensus, asking for everyone's opinion, talking through your issues. I mean, obviously, again, this is not standardization language, but that is what's happening. We need to all want to do that. And when we do that, and especially if you take such a very specific thing that we did with a very specific group of people that really knew what the problem with regards to the bias and the discrimination issues in this product was, is that you really can find consensus on the parts that there are, because we made it smaller. So the second thing I want to bring is try for ICT standardization and human rights, try and make it smaller, find a more concrete topic to work with. And obviously in JTC 21, we're not allowed to make vertical standards. So we're trying to bring it horizontal, but it needs some vertical cases to be brought into the mix to understand what are we talking about? What does this really mean in the real world? And another thing that I wanted to add, this is like a little extra, and it kind of relates to the duck. It's a very interesting example. What we found in our project is that whether or not there is bias and discrimination, and whether you have done enough in your technical statistical mumbo jumbo, as I meant to say it all the time, and in the sense that it's not discriminatory anymore under the regulations that are in place, is not a technical standards table question. It's a legal question that should be addressed by judges, but they were not at the table, and this is not the process to do that work. So we had a lot of difficulty and a lot of discussion on where do we stop our standardization discussion, and at what point does our talk become a legal discussion? And we need to kick out that legal discussion but bring enough body in the product that we bring, the technical agreement that we bring, to have a judge actually be able to understand what the statistical mumbo jumbo is. Again, I do not mean this in a nasty way or anything. It's just for judges, it's impossible to understand what's going on in the statistics. What kind of facts do I have here? I have no clue. But we try to combine what the statistical procedure is doing and what that means in the real world as to what kind of facts do we have here now in this product. And then if you want, you can make a case, bring it to a lawyer or bring it to a judge and try it in court as soon as a government has used it. So I know that my government's not really too happy to start trying on this, but I'm kind of hoping that we will have some organizations that might want to use this, and then someone will bring it to, well, to a court or justice to see, is this the way to go? Is this a good way? What else do we need to do? Because we have to go and find out in the real world.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Now, Arnaud, more back to the technical side, and I'm making the questions bigger as we proceed. So what has been done? What has been achieved? And I would like to ask for you, what could go wrong? Do you have any expertise on this already?
Yes. All right. So what could possibly go wrong? Many things, actually. So first of all, as InDiCo just explained, the institutions could put a limit. First of all, the institution, for example, take the ITU. When I chair my study group, I have no right to open anything on legal front. I have no right to open anything on human rights. It's not in the books. It's not in the United Nations resolution. So I have a no starter from the beginning, right? That doesn't mean we are not conscious. We actually, as InDiCo would said, we, in an ad hoc manner, we did it because we are responsible. But still, it was by the help of one person on one delegation, my delegation, the UK, that helped us years ago to identify, hey guys, we are making a mistake here. And interestingly enough, she helped us, she helped the Chinese were proposing something that was perceived as toxic. It was not. We agreed it was not. And then that person helped us rewrite it with the agreement of the Chinese people. That was a massive success, right? We had a good example, but it could have gone wrong. That's the first thing. The second is the approach. The approach is that, and I'm glad here, I feel the maturity of the group that recognizes that we cannot just say, oh, we want human rights, or we are technical people. Let's just put them together and by magic it will work. Absolutely not. There's no way it's going to work this way. And we are turning around the problem, but we are not addressing the problem. The problem is called design. If you do not have a mechanics that is able to translate what human rights see in terms of technical requirements and technical pieces, an engineer will never be able to understand things. And even worse, your human rights side is inconsistent. Inconsistent. You want privacy, great. But you cannot have privacy, security, and safety together. You cannot. Yes, you want privacy, but it has to link something to security. Can I trust security? Absolutely not. Nobody should trust security because you cannot prove security. It has nothing to do with cryptography. Safety is another three-body problem. You have three stars running after each other and you cannot resolve that equation. So that leads me to the other problem, which is attitude. The dogmatism and absolutism of some side of the human rights is just terrible for the engineers. I could tell you what I had to go through in IETF. That was just a massacre. It took us years to stop feeding the harassment of people. It has to be private. It has to be cryptography. The result is an absolute mistake. Now we have protocols that are going to be only for one part of the community, only for discriminated people, only for dissidents, but this is screwing child and protection, it's screwing education, it's screwing companies. And when you scratch the surface, you see the manipulation part. It always leads to more centralization by some parties, because some parties understand the language of human rights and are weaponizing this. Why is it in some disputes, I always see the lawyers of some big hyperscalers to help the human rights people side? Is it better on the technical side? No, it's not better on the technical side because we technologists don't even know what we are doing. When we design a bridge, we just say, oh, I'm going to design something, I need concrete, I need pillars, no pillars, whatever. We forget the river of unconscious that goes around behind us in terms of what's the anthropology of the bridge? What type of experience do I want to have from this bridge? It's not because I can do a bridge that I should do it. What is the ethics part of it? What is the legal part of the bridge? Then what is the technology of the bridge? We only concentrate on the last piece and we forget that we are biased by I'm male, 58 years old, heterosexual, was born Catholic. My idea of a bridge would be certainly different from a person in the forest of Congo that will have a completely different view of what the bridge should be, to start with. Now, the problem we have in our side is that when is it we had an experience on IT? 50 years, the web, I was there. I started my career at CERN with Tim Berners-Lee in front of me and worked on the first web server on the planet, built the third largest internet mail platform on the planet, 30 years. Social networks, 15 years. Generative AI, 3 years. Agentic AI, less than a year. Is this at the scale of humanity an experience? No. So when you don't have a human experience like this, you cannot do it anthropology, ethics, law, and technology. You have to reverse the graph. If I bring this piece of technology, which are the laws I can enable or disable? For which branch, which are the ethics code I can enable or disable? For each branch, which are the anthropology I can enable or disable? And unfortunately, some people knew that because there are ethicists that are playing against us. They know how our brain is working. So what they did at some hyperscalers, they said, if we choose that part of the graph and we narrow the model of the human to that model, then we get to our goals. And nobody knew that. So now when you go in standardization, you see people saying, oh, okay, we want to focus exactly on that, but they forget all the other design characteristics, and you can never engage in this discussion. Finally, we have another problem that is much, much, much more pragmatic and going to come very, very fast. It's called agentic AI. Whatever we say now, agentic AI will do it for us if we don't pay attention. They will dictate their own rules for the humans based on whatever they have as biases. And it's happening, the clock is ticking, and I know because SG17, fortunately, I managed to take the leadership on that 15 months ago. And so now we are exactly on the topic. We had a great workshop 2 weeks ago about humans, intelligence nodes with synthetic intelligence nodes. We have this feeling here that we are forgetting. If we are not able to design a control plane, including the human rights here, you can be sure the AI will build the counter control plane against us. Promised. So for me, it's not just a matter of, we can discuss in theory for that for long. I don't have the time. This is happening now. And I will stop at that.
Wow, thank you. So maybe Simone, Clara, you want to add something on what can go wrong and is there a risk that human rights will delay standards development? We all, and especially in Europe, there's a lot of talk about faster, more speed, timeliness. Is there a risk for this? Very brief answer, because then we move to the next.
Yes, just to answer on the technical side, the Git merge is always a mess. That was the question is that merging the two things is always an issue. And also, as I said, we don't have time. And this is a part of the key. Also, this is what can go wrong when we also take the things too late, but also because if I'm creating a standard, I need to do full things. I have to build a bridge, and I need to focus on this. And if just people arrive too late, this can create delays. It's normal. And this is why it's a complicated thing that may be moving from the design, even if there is no time, because there's a lot of interest. Like I love the three-body problem example. And also because there are, as also said, there are some privacy and security, friends or foe. We don't know, depends on the point of view. And if we think about freedom of expression or other things, it gets more complex. And it's not something that can engineer if they have to build a bridge. They can think about, this can be used for also bad reason. Because so it's normal that a bridge can be used for good reason or bad reason. And this is not something that we can sometimes control. And also another problem is that we can go fast, but also can see the impact later. And this is why at least we need to be more transparent on what we are doing, our assumptions, and then maybe just understand post-mortem worst case. And but yes, delays can be part of the problem. Also, we have an example in the W3C, we have formal objections. So a member can say, hey, I think this is a risk, and we are facing this in particular for our identity standards. And so we have this button was already pushed twice in the standards. And this is also just for us a stop and fix, taking from lean management. And it's hard, yes. And the question is that we are trying to do things better, but it's not simple.
Yes, well, it takes longer indeed. So the IEEE 7000 standard took 5 years to finish. I think that this also being the first standard, there's a lot of lessons learned, including that maybe not every standard setting organization should do the same thing again. So there are certain things that we can collaborate on in order not to do duplicate work. I think that even if you have communities which are aligned, sometimes it takes time to understand the language. I'll give you one example from the AI and privacy that I'm sharing. We all agree on transparency, right? But the privacy people think about transparency, from the GDPR perspective, and the AI experts think about interpretability. So already bringing these different, let's say, a priori aligned communities together takes time, but on the same time, bringing on what can go bad, there's a lot of things that can go well as well. So if the 7000 has been also deployed by the city of Vienna and by public bodies, but also by industry, because if you take human rights into account, it can actually accelerate, it can bring new innovation to which you did not think about. So it's actually increasing. If you're thinking about values, it's also increasing your value proposition. So I think that's something that we also have to and have the long-term thinking basically on human rights is something which I think is important, even if you take only the business perspective into account.
Nelke, very briefly.
Well, very briefly, my question would be, if you ask what could go wrong, is like for whom? Because what could go wrong for companies or for the standard may be very different as what can go wrong if we push something and we have not thought very well about the implications. That can be on a standard level, that can be on a product level. And the question is, who decides, who has a right to say what can go wrong, and whose ideas or notions or positions should be taken into account? And I think that is a question that this topic, human rights and ICT standardization, is requiring of us to think about and to give an answer to.
Okay, now I need to ask, we did not prepare a second poll, right? Maria, we did not prepare a second poll. We had discussed about that, but I'm now confused with my printout of the program, and probably we did not. You have, okay. No, it was just the second one was just the questions, which ones that people put into the chat. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm back again on track. Good. Yeah, so now let us move. We have 10 more minutes or something like this, even 12, enormous time. And we already touched on this. Ju introduced it a bit. We had it in discussions. We had it earlier today. Is something like human rights by design possible? We had the statement made earlier today that people thought security by design was something, I think Emilio made this statement, right? Was something that was difficult, etc. Now it's common practice. Do we see the same for human rights by design? Is something like that possible? How can we address this? Where do we identify remaining gaps, etc., etc.? Probably a number of questions aligned to this. And we can start reversely. Arnaud, please.
Right, so I played bad cop, so now we need to play good cop. Right, so yes, I think, yes, there are pit traps and so on, but there is as well some hope. In fact, the hope I made it in my first intervention is about my viewpoint, my personal viewpoint is in this theory of design that is not expressed. And again, for example, we don't think how other fields have resolved the problem. Like, for example, civil engineering. In civil engineering, when they design, they try to optimize the energy of some buildings. Now they have the capability to produce thousands of architectures and try to find the optimum. Because the problem we have is to find the optimum at certain positions. I want to find the optimum between performance, scalability, security, resiliency. privacy, human rights point X, point Y, point Z, what they are called, the Sustainable Development Goals, A, B, C, D, E, F. So when we started 50 years ago, the only thing was performance. The system has to perform. Then we said, it crashes. So now it has to be reliable, high available. So we created the load balancer. Then, it was attacked. So now we created the firewall. So now we have to combine things. And over time, we have now dozens of design principles. And how do we manage them? We have no tool, but others have tools for that. So that's one thing that we could think about, but we are too arrogant on. I'm not talking about here the policy guys, the technologies people, we are too arrogant. The other thing is when I discovered this river of unconscious, the person, I will not say who it was, but the person said there is one group that can help you with people in medicine, and specifically the people in that are studying Parkinson's disease, because in Parkinson's disease, for certain ways of fixing Parkinson's disease, you need to put something in the brain that will read and write. So from my side, as I was studying inspection and interception, it was interesting if an attacker is attacking the device and starts to write things that you should not in your brain, what happens? So, but doctors, they have an ethics committee. They had to discuss all of that before us. So there are people who went through that, and we are not studying from them. So my point, and in fact, I put it in, so I'm now talking very concrete work items. I have a work item, and some people here, we had a good discussion in Geneva. I have a work item that speaks about it called X.arc design. We are writing about this to understand how we could organize this, codify this. Because if we do it, then you have a chance to translate what policymakers want into something that makes sense from engineering. However, again, you guys will have to tell me when is it that they have to privilege or prioritize security versus privacy? Because the system is not absolutist. There are conditions when it's going to have to make a decision. If I take an example with agentic AI, imagine in the very short future when a 6G network will be built with a group of agentic AI. And let's say they try to optimize resiliency when a data center crashes, right? But if this network is actually powering a nuclear power station, you should not deal with resiliency. You should do safety. You should shut down everything. You should not even try to fix it. So how many of these things have we not taken into account? Is there a way to fix it? Yes, it's called mathematics. There are mathematics for that. It's called the collective trust theory. That's as old as 1945. But it's biased and capped by the theorem of impossibility of Kenneth Arrow, Nobel Prize of 65. So I could go on and explain you the details of that. There are ways, in fact, AI can be both a risk and an opportunity because it could calculate when we need to be private, when we need to be secure, when we need to be resilient or whatever. So I'm very hopeful we can do something, but that's a lot of work to organize ourselves for, and certainly something that, anyway, again, as I said, the problem is the race condition we have against a new synthetic intelligence to fight that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So am I right to paraphrase you in the following way? You see that this trade-off between different human rights is important. We will not avoid it. You see that design thinking, as you could say, is something to look into, but even more also make use of the technologies we have available, also in order to address how to look at the impact of human rights and address it properly. Very interesting. Yeah, okay. Let me go to the virtual space first. You, from your, again, I take you for the research perspective here. Sorry if I abuse you for that. Anything to add from your perspective? Is human rights by design possible? And if you listen to these ideas that have come up, anything you would like to add from your perspective?
Yes, so let me share my experience. Whenever we consider human rights, these kind of topics, all of the people think it's very important. So in this regard, we really wanted to develop certain solutions. But currently, lots of documents are available, such as ethically aligned design, various kind of a guideline document, design principles, etc. But these kind of documents are quite generic, very high-level documentations. Currently, there's no concrete technical standards. So from the development viewpoint of a certain particular core technologies. We are working with the engineers. So most of engineers do not have a strong background knowledge regarding human rights. So in this context, we need to well coordinate with various kind of different actors, such as lawyers, etc. So we need to find a good playground to co-design various kind of standards with the lawyers and engineers together. So this kind of manner, we can come up some strong documentations as a standard in order to successfully support lots of different viewpoints from human rights viewpoint and how we best utilize best kind of available feasible technologies. So in this context, I would like to say again, from the human right by design, now we need to more focus on how we successfully identify line of the technology to achieve human right by technology. So that's the conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patricia, you may have something to add also from your perspective and how the stakeholders, perhaps also in South America, see this and address this.
Yeah. In Latin America, the perspective business is changing a lot. A few years ago, companies saw human rights in ICT standards as something too legal or too abstract. Today, it's very different, especially in companies with digital services and in those working across global markets to ensure interoperability. More and more, companies understand that adopting human rights action helps create trust and open new markets. Even companies with limited progress are no longer asking if should adopt human rights action, but how to do it in a practical and sustainable way. Now their questions are more operational. When in the life cycle should I consider it? What kind of evidence is enough? And how can these new controls be aligned with current controls? On the other hand, in AI projects for public services, several companies have learned that if standards don't properly address data quality, accessibility, and transparency, that comes later through penalties, reputational issues, operational disruption, or limits in public procurement. Once companies understand the cost of not doing this is higher than the initial effort required in the design phase, they no longer see it as compliance, but as a smart business decision. This is why companies, especially with foundational certification already in place, are asking SDO for clear sector examples and better alignment with other standards. If we do that, they will see it as a way to grow innovation across more markets rather than as a barrier. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Interesting. And maybe one final sentence from the other participants here, maybe starting with Nelleke. Can we have something like human-centric design? We have 2 more minutes if we run over by 1 minute.
I'll try and be very, very short. I would say that human rights design or human rights by design and design thinking really requires us to think, so who decides and in what context is that, and who should be at the table to decide, because very different contexts can ask for very different groups that need to be discussing this issue. And that would be, to me, what human rights by design or integrating human rights in design thinking could be.
So just to have a short answer, is possible? Yes. Is simple? No. And this is why we are here trying to understand how to do some testing, because it's a balance. It's a trade-off between economic interest, market interest, human rights interest, different human rights that have different balance, and probably it's difficult to code this thing. So coding, if code is low, but also transforming low in code, it's a mess. Complex, use more polite. If you agree.
Your first sentence.
Lara, please.
I would just like to agree what Patricia said. You know, from our experience, it's not only possible. We've seen, you know, that City of Vienna moved from the first certification that Patricia was also part of, Trish was part of, now moving the whole digital service basis on for value-based design. And we see other also data hubs that are being designed. What I wanted to add is that it's not enough. It was mentioned before, it's an ecosystem. And speaking of agents, it's an ecosystem of services, agents, and people. So I think that we need the design as well as the trust indicators that this ecosystem can work. And these trust indicators can be certification validation, both for agents as well as for people. And we have more and more of these skills and competencies that are also being built up. And that's, I would like to finish on a positive note. Really, 10 years ago when we started it, it would not have been possible to have so much interest in ethics, in ethical assessment that we have today. And I think that is something where we can be positive that there is a lot of interest, and probably it will be the attitude is going to change, which we already discussed. And so for a big part of our community, at least.
No, final sentence to compliment.
Yeah, just very quick, because Simone made a very good remark about how much of the law will be code. Because the problem when agentic AI arrives is that it cannot run and say, oh, stop, I need 3 months for the legal people to agree on something, right? So here's the question I'm going to ask to finish this panel. Today, how much of the standards that are being produced are written by an AI? Are written by an AI, artificial intelligence? Is it 5% perhaps? Next year, how much will it be? 10%? In 3 years, how much will it be? 25%? In 5 years, how much will it be? Same for the code of law, same for our regulation. So it's creating a real problem that even if we are to keep the consensus, how much do we really have in control as human beings? How fast it must go, look at the CRA and how we need to do that. So I think we really have a challenge in a global challenge in the next coming years that all of what we are talking about is going to transform, and we are not ready. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, I would conclude. Yeah. Now, my words from what I conclude. I'm fully with Clara. Let's be optimistic. I think what we see from this discussion, and this is I on my very first slide, I said human rights have always been there in standardization, etc. But there is a change probably because, and Arnaud has stressed this many times, you as well, we are now more and more interacting with AI technologies. That's something different from bringing a safe product to the market. It's a permanent human machine or human system interaction. And this what brings all of these topics, also the values, the ethics, the human rights into play here. What we saw is that in standards organizations, a lot of thinking is done about this. And this is encouraging, I believe. This is something we can all build on. I'm sure we take a lot with us from today, and I hope also specifically from this panel, of course. Many thanks to all of you for sharing your thoughts, your experience, and for giving us a bit of outlook and directions where to further go in standardization, addressing human rights, and doing our design work as we move ahead. A big applause for the panelists. And a big thank you.
I should actually take off my video, otherwise we have too many videos, don't we? Okay, so we're delighted to come and have the final part of our discussion this afternoon, and I couldn't drag people away from the networking. I think that's always a really good sign, isn't it? that you're making some wonderful exchanges. And I'd like to thank also the very active conversations that are happening on the chat. It's always good to see that, and a good number of you still here. Our final session is going to be forward-looking, and it's aiming to consolidate the previous considerations, provide further insights, and define some priorities for strengthening the integration of human rights in ICT standardization. If we can come away with some practical takeaways, as we discussed earlier on, that would be even better. Now, what we are going to do, though, for the first 10 minutes, we're proud to present and have with us Dr. Lorraine Finlay, who's an Australian Human Rights Commissioner, the Australian Human Rights Commission, and she's held this role since November 2021. She has particular responsibility for protecting and promoting fundamental rights and freedoms across Australia. And so it's wonderful that we get this perspective today, and leads the Commission's work on business and human rights. This has come up already in various presentations already. Modern slavery and technology and human rights. So with that, hello, Lorraine, can you hear us? Can you hear and see us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you so much for joining us. What time is it, by the way?
Just about 11:30 at night, so I hope you don't mind. I'm joining with a cup of coffee.
Yeah, or more than one, I hope. Thank you so much for doing this, Lorraine. We really do appreciate it. So I'm going to give you the floor immediately, because I'm sure then I'm surprised. So you haven't got your pajamas on. That's very good. Oh, you probably have them on underneath, don't you? We will never know. Okay, we've got too much information, I know. Lorraine. I'll pass the floor.
I feel like I need to stand up now and show that I'm not in my pajama pants
Exactly.
underneath the camera.
Let me pass you the floor immediately, and thank you once again, Lorraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And look, it's a real pleasure to be here with you. And I apologise for not being there in person. I have actually been on the call from the beginning and really interested in the discussion that's been happening. It's been fantastic in terms of both reinforcing a lot of things that we're already doing in Australia, but also giving me some new things to really think about. So I've really appreciated the conversation and hope that there'll be further opportunities to share experiences and learnings in the days and weeks to come. From my perspective as Australia's Human Rights Commissioner, and I might just go straight to the next slide, our view is that standards aren't peripheral technical instruments. They're actually really powerful normative tools that shape how technologies are designed, deployed and governed, often long before legislation or courts have had the opportunity to engage. And so in that sense, standards are actually one of the most practical ways that we can translate values into the systems and the structures that apply to people's everyday lives. Now, my work as Australia's Human Rights Commissioner sits at the real intersection between human rights, business, trade and technology. And across these domains, a really consistent lesson has emerged, which will be sort of the theme for my reflections from the Australian perspective, which is that when human rights are addressed late or they're treated as an afterthought, then the consequences are often exclusionary, discriminatory and really difficult to remedy. By contrast, when human rights are embedded early, particularly through international standards, they can support innovation that is trustworthy, inclusive and sustainable. I had as my first point that I wanted to expand upon, why standards matter for human rights, but actually we've already had some really important conversations around that. So I don't want to belabor the point, but really just to highlight that one of the clearest lessons that I've learned from my engagement with ICT standardisation through Australian committees is that standards processes themselves really shape outcomes. And the structures that we use, the expertise we choose to prioritise, and the questions we ask at the outset all influence whether human rights considerations are meaningfully addressed. And again, where standardisation is treated as purely that technical exercise, then human rights and risks will be identified too late, they'll be framed as abstract, or they'll be deferred to regulators. By contrast, when we can recognise these rights as an inherent part of the quality and safety of ICT systems, then standards actually become a mechanism that allow us to anticipate risks, to embed safeguards, and to really build public trust at scale, which helps ensure that standards are durable and sustainable. Now, my engagement with the international standardisation processes includes participating as a member of IT43, which is the Standards Australia technical committee responsible for artificial intelligence. And through that role on that committee, having the opportunity to participate last year in the plenary in Sydney. And you can see the picture on the screen is the Australian delegation at that plenary session. And I hadn't realised how unique the Australian experience is, because I just assumed when I started that human rights experts were always engaged in relevant standard committees. I was invited when I started in my role to join this committee, and I thought it sounded like a really common sense thing to do. And it's only once I got involved that I realised how unique our approach actually is in Australia, and how unusual it is to see that automatic systemic embedding of human rights expertise in relevant standards committees. But my involvement's really reinforced my view that standard setting should necessarily focus not only on economic viability and interoperability in the ICT context, but also on human-centred impacts. Because technical standards aren't neutral when they shape how technology affects people. The real question isn't whether standards should embed value or values, they already do. The question is whether we want those values choices to be accidental or responsibly engineered and thoughtfully engaged with. But the thing my involvement has really highlighted is the reality that who is in the room really matters, and that technical excellence alone isn't enough, that you actually need structured input from technical experts, absolutely, but also from policymakers, human rights experts, civil society, and affected communities, so that standards don't just reflect partial perspectives, but they actually have human rights concerns framed as central to design rather than just as external afterthoughts. And I'll come in a moment to the key priorities that you're now seeing on the screen. But I think the work that I've done within IT43 and the way that committee operates is really a tangible example of this, because that committee grapples with the issues that sit squarely at the intersection of technology and human rights. So questions of fairness, transparency, accountability, safety, non-discrimination. And the fact that the Australian Human Rights Commissioner is invited to be part of that committee as a matter of course really reflects a deliberate effort by Standards Australia to embed human rights expertise directly within technical standard setting, rather than engaging only at the margins or after the fact. And really what this experience has underscored for me is the importance of not only developing stronger linkages between human rights experts and relevant standard development processes, but actually developing more systematic institutional links between standards bodies and human rights bodies, including, I think, through engagement with national human rights institutions, with, of course, the Australian Human Rights Commission being Australia's NHRI. I think too often human rights engagement with standards has really relied on individual champions or informal consultations on an ad hoc basis. And IT43 really demonstrates the value of having human rights perspectives built into committees themselves, working alongside the engineers, the data scientists, the industry stakeholders right from the outset, not to change the way that standards are developed, but to work within those processes to add the different perspectives and to help make those processes more enduring. Institutionalising those links rather than treating them as optional is really critical if standardisation processes are to keep pace with the societal impacts of emerging technologies. And I think working on IT43 has also really highlighted the benefits to me of ensuring that both human rights but also standards are approached from both a principled and a practical perspective, because human rights frameworks provide normative clarity, articulating values like dignity, equality, and accountability, while technical expertise translates those values into implementable requirements. These communities often speak really different languages, and we've spoken a bit about that already today. Whereas human rights experts focus on, risk, impact, and lived experience, technologists tend to prioritise functionality, performance, and feasibility. But it's actually through working together and trying to find that common language that better standards end up emerging. And I think a really concrete example of that is the treatment of bias and discrimination risks within AI systems. Within IT43, discussions about algorithmic bias have really brought together technical approaches such as data quality management, testing methodologies, and documentation requirements, together with human rights perspectives around equality, non-discrimination, and impact on particularly vulnerable and marginalised groups. And having both forms of expertise together in the room helps to ensure that standards don't just merely acknowledge bias as an abstract concern, but actually translate it into practical expectations around system design, evaluation, and governance. But a really recurring challenge in this is ensuring that we move from high-level human rights principles to actual operationalising of the requirements. But I think there are mechanisms already to bridge that gap. It's not something that we have to invent anew. If you look at things like impact assessments, stakeholder engagement, transparency obligations, accessibility requirements, review processes, these types of things are the work that national human rights institutions and other human rights experts do every single day to try and translate often abstract human rights principles into real life experience in terms of ensuring that in our day-to-day lives, human rights are promoted and protected. So I actually don't think there's as much of a gap there as we sometimes fear, because these things are in existence and are done day to day by, for example, human rights institutions. Standards bodies don't need to reinvent human rights law. They can draw on established frameworks and focus on how these norms are reflected in system design, deployment, and oversight. So I think
Lorraine,
ahead, and I'll be
sorry. Do we need to go on your slide or we're okay with this one at the moment?
I was just about to say I'm right to the next slide.
Oh, okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Perfect timing. No, perfect timing.
I thought it was the system.
Briefly at the end, to just touch on what I see as really the key priorities to draw from the Australian experience in terms of how we can do this in a more effective way. And I think the first thing is, again, integrating systematically human rights expertise so that it's not just done informally, it's not done intermittently, but we're actually drawing in a really conscious, deliberate way, and a way that becomes entrenched on the expertise that we want to have in the room. I think the second is to recognise more broadly than, human rights expertise in terms of a NHRI. We really need to ensure that participation generally is broadened so that underrepresented groups and affected communities have genuine pathways to contribute. And that, ensures also having stronger multidisciplinary collaboration, which is really important in terms of translating principles into effective outcomes. And then the final point that I think is really important is that standards processes need to include clear and consistent checkpoints where human rights considerations can be considered, documented, and reviewed. And the important thing to recognise about those is, we've had some discussion about, does this slow down the standards development process? Does it hamper innovation? I would really emphasise this isn't about slowing down innovation. It's not about, dragging out the process or creating new complexities. It's actually about guiding innovation so that we create more enduring products and build that trust and ensure that standards actually are able to serve people, earn trust, and remain socially sustainable. Adding in human rights considerations does all of that, and so ultimately results in better standards that are more effective over the long term. So I think in closing, standards are one of the most effective levers we have to actually translate human rights from principle into practice in the digital age, and strengthening the integration of human rights into ICT standardisation helps to ensure that technological progress isn't just rapidly rolled out without thought given to impact, but that it's actually done in a responsible, inclusive and human-centred way. And as technologies increasingly shape the conditions of everyday life, getting this right for us is something that's not just optional, but it's actually essential. So if I could go quickly to the last slide in closing, I really just wanted to highlight that for us at the Australian Human Rights Commission, our engagement
we have a next slide
in standards development was really something that just seemed common sense to us in terms of helping translate principles into practice. But I wanted just on the last slide, and we don't need to spend a lot of time on it, just to provide my contact details moving forward, because we are really keen to continue this conversation, to look at ways that NHRIs around the world can be encouraged to engage in these processes, and to really try and make sure that we do get those different perspectives in the room together to help start finding that common language and looking at ways that we can all collaborate more effectively to ensure more durable and more effective standardisation processes. So I might leave it there, but really looking forward to the conversation and happy to take any questions along the way.
That's lovely, Lorraine. Thank you so much. Can we just go back a second? I just have a quick question. It's a bit of a, well, I don't know if you have the answer to this. So your last point, standards processes should include clear and consistent human rights checkpoints. Is this something that can be effectively kicked out and horizontal across all standards developing organisations as a sort of one template fits all?
Yeah, I don't think you can necessarily have a perfect one-size-fits-all model, but I think there certainly are commonalities, and having a standard approach to how you do standards is something that is quite useful. So I think we've had the discussion about, human rights won't be engaged with in the same way across every single standard, absolutely. And it is important to make sure we're prioritising in terms of how deeply we engage and how structured that is. But I certainly think having those clear and consistent checkpoints, particularly in terms of deciding whether things are in or out, is a really important starting point.
Okay. That's super, Lorraine. Thank you. Now, I don't know how long you'll be with us. I'm sure you're tired too. And it's great, though, that you're saying that you'll stay on for the discussion, which we certainly appreciate. I don't know if anyone has a question for Lorraine here or online. I think at this point, Lorraine, you feel free to, either, put in any of the comments you want to from when you hear some of the other experts in this panel. Please feel free to do that. And these slides, as everybody knows, will be shared so we can reach out to you as well to find out more about the best practices, for sure. Lorraine, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and this evening for you. Thank you. Moving on, we have a wonderful lineup now with our fourth panel set of experts. And in fact, what I'm going to do is actually introduce all of them very quickly. You see them in front of you. And we're going to ask a couple of questions for each, and each of them will have, 3 minutes-ish to answer. So going through extremely quickly, Beatriz Estevez is a postdoctoral researcher at Ghent University and an IMEC postdoctoral researcher in the Department of Electronics and Information Systems of Engineering and Architecture, and she works on the intersection of engineering, information systems, and digital research. Emilio Davila, you all know extremely well already. He doesn't need an intro, I don't think. We've also invited Raquel Reno Nunes from Article 19 Freedom Online Coalition. She didn't have the opportunity to be chairing the panel too, so it's great that she's joined us here for the final session. Panel. Gregorio Pellegrino from the Fondazione LIA, Libri Italiani Accessibili. He's the Chief Accessibility Officer at Fondazione LIA, a software engineer with a strong focus on improving digital accessibility for visually impaired individuals. We then have Ilaria Mariani, who's from the Politecnico di Milano. She has a PhD in design and is a researcher at the Department of Design at Polimi. And she focuses on the design-driven innovation in the public sector with a current focus on AI for democracy, and explores how design supports the digital transformation. Sandra Feliciano is a standardization expert, and she's currently chair of ETC Cyber. EUSR, the group mandated by the EC to develop standards to support the Cyber Resilience Act. And then finally, we have Florian Fayet, who's the European Affairs Manager of Orange and the chair of the Sustainability Working Group, Connect Europe. So we have a wonderful array of different experts here. Should we go to the poll, Gabriele, maybe? Let's do that to wake us all up after our coffee break. So if you remember on Menti, we're going to ask you the same questions we asked you this morning. So if we launch this and we have the question on, if you get into that, has today's discussion changed your view on whether ICT standardization should explicitly address human rights? Now, we already had the lever moving towards more of a strongly agree this morning. Let's see if that's changed somewhat, because your choices now are whether you agree more strongly now. Yes, I disagree more strongly now. No, my view has not changed, or I'm still unsure. So it looks as if your view has not changed from the strongly agreed to this morning. Although some of you, I see, are agreeing more strongly now. So the influence of today's discussions have impacted your decision. Some are still unsure, but nobody disagrees. Okay, very nice. I'm going to go into my first question for the panelists, and to which most of you are going to answer this, and also Raquel. So question one, how can all relevant stakeholders, policymakers, standards bodies, industry, civil society, and academia be involved in a more structured way? And I'm going to give that question first to Sandra. Over to you. Thank you.
Great question. This is also always a problem to have all stakeholders sitting at the table. I would like to make several points here, and the first is related with one particular stakeholder, which is academia, which I strongly believe can have a very positive impact on standardization if they are more involved than they are. And that I believe that at the core of why are not that much involved, or at least not as much as we would like, it's at the core of that problem, which is that participation in writing standards is not valued for career progression of professors and researchers in equal terms to contributions to scientific articles. And if we fix this, then we will have, I believe, a massive joint to the standardization bodies of academics. We will have a much wider participation of academics. And if we have this massive join of academics in standardization technical committees, I think we can solve several problems that we have been discussing here today, because they can also serve as proxies for several other stakeholders that are missing. And just a parenthesis in case ENCA or anyone from accreditation bodies of higher education across Europe are listening, please don't come with the argument that I have been hearing in the last 10 years that, oh, that is very idealistic because in standards we cannot make sure we cannot match authorship to the standards. And even if I would sympathize slightly with that argument a few years back, right now it just makes me roll my eyes, because my question would be, okay, and regarding scientific articles in this era of AI, how is that going for you now? So I think this is a very false problem. Second point I would like to make is to remind everyone that we have something that is called the Principles of International Standardization that were designed by and agreed at the context of the World Trade Organization. And when these are effectively implemented, and I would like to really emphasize, when they are effectively implemented, they already constitute the basis for ensuring that all voices are at the table. Because these principles, such as openness, they imply that we identify everyone that is going to be affected by the standard or can affect the standard or perceives themselves by being affected by the standard, need to be identified, invited, and constantly motivated to contribute to the standards. Also, we need to identify which one of them have challenges to participate, being with financial resources barriers, language barriers, or any other type of challenge. And we have the obligation to help them overcome those challenges and have their voices heard. Then we have principles such as impartiality and consensus that makes sure that they are not only there, but their voices are taken seriously and their contributions are not dismissed. And then we have effectiveness and relevance as a principle, which obliges us to make sure that after hearing everyone, we reflect in the content of the standards, the best practices from industry and from academia, and with all the interest of the stakeholders being considered. And finally, we have also coherence to make sure we are not conflicting with other things. And finally, we have the principle of transparency, which should allow us to check at any given point if we are following all the other principles. So we do not need to reinvent the wheel, even if I like more processes as the one that was shown here in the previous panel to help implement these, but maybe we should do a better effort to make sure the process we already have is adequately implemented.
Thank you, Sandra. Beatrice, your point on this.
Yeah, I wanted to be, because I also come from this area of academia. I have been working on academia for, I think, 10 years now. And in that sense, I think I had a bit of a different experience because I always engage in standardization from the beginning. I am now a co-chair of a community group which is working towards standardization at W3C in the areas of data privacy. And what we see in there is not so much a problem of having people engaging with standardization, but it's also how it's more towards how to make sure that they stay engaged with standardization. Because what we see right now, it's a bit of a roller coaster. So when there's, for instance, European projects in the domains of the standardization efforts, we see a lot of engagement on at those points in time. And then, of course, when the projects finish, we see a lot of people disengaging with the process. And of course, we don't want to do that, and we need to think about how to solve that problem. And then a second issue that I also see, and in particular because I do standardization in this multidisciplinary environment, is that we see a lot of engagement from computer scientists, for instance, at W3C, because of course we are focused there on standardization of technical standards related to the web. But if we think about human rights, and in particular in privacy, which is the area where I work the most, we need a lot of engagement from human rights experts, legal experts, and this again only comes in waves with European projects that have this multidisciplinarity. So we certainly need to make sure to think about how can we actually engage these stakeholders for longer and maintain them engaged throughout the whole process.
Thank you, Beatrice. Ilaria, let me ask the same question to you.
Well, I will start by saying that as a designer, at least in the setting in which I work, the answer is co-designing and co-creating. And we could do that with stones if I would participate, but that's the problem. Willingness to participate, not just in terms of getting on the table, but being enabled to speak at the table. So starting from around discussing with Sandra before, we were not really debating, but confronting again on the topic of standards and one size fits all. That's it's being debated, it's being contrasted. There is this idea, progressing idea, that there should be sensitivity towards the context and the dimension of diversity. That should be always be in. But when you bring it into the operational points of view, so the projects we mainly deal with, which are currently like AI and democracy ones, well, breaks, because we run them with co-creation and co-design. And when bringing people in means that if technology is not working in a way that people, commoners expect, that cannot get on the table, that cannot deliberate, that cannot be part of the process leading to deliberative democracy result. So we experience that very much. We painfully experience that very much because, for instance, we found out issues in terms of registration. UX that we tested multiple times were fine, but our participants get stuck in places we couldn't even think about. They found new pain points and user journeys we didn't even know existed. They created that deviation, I think. We were, with technologies like thinking about how could it be possible to find these ways around to even delete 3 times the email you get in by mistake. There are miracles happening every time when you don't need them. So we took a different way to go that. And we sat on a table in order to understand, well, if the technical part is this one, what can be changed around and how can we improve the user experience in order to enable the people not just to access, but then to access, to be enabled to participate, to know what to say, when to say, how to say it, being aware that their voices will be heard, but it means that diversity is empowered. So not to say, this is the technical point of view, this is the community point of view, this is the socio-technical point of view coming from the research. But at a certain point, yes, you have an identity, you have your rightful hat on your head, but diversity brings actually complementary ideas. So every time we set this, we enter with a simple rule. There is no, there is just and. So you can just build upon what the previous one said. You cannot say no, but just yes and. Yes and. This is just a way not to oppose, even though you don't think that's right. It's okay, but keep it for yourself. Try to be positive, and at least the setting is allowing people to speak up, and then you may understand that it's not so distant anymore. So how to bring different stakeholders on the table? With a lot of effort, finding a way to make them speak nicely together, not getting away from the table, and be willing to come back, even though it costs energy, but empowering them and making them feel part of a process, rewarding them, making them feel listened. It's one of the answers I will give.
Thank you, Ladia. Goes back to attitude, right? Also, it's come up a lot. Key word of today, I think, one of the key words. Lorraine, I'm going to come back to you and give you, if you're happy to answer that question, would you like to?
Just to add in 2 points, in and above the idea of designing those different perspectives into the process, not just being add-ons at the end. I think 2 other things are really important. The first is process discipline. So actually requiring committees to consider human rights impacts at defined stages actually helps to create really predictable opportunities for input. And that's important to help sort of embed that as part of the process. And then I think the second thing is actually not just looking at finding individual academics or individual human rights experts who might be able to contribute their expertise, but actually developing formal institutional partnerships between standards bodies and human rights institutions actually helps lift things to another level by ensuring consistency and expertise becoming embedded rather than relying on individuals who might come and go. So I think the role that those institutional partnerships can play is something that does have a particular place.
Thank you, right. Yeah, important comment there. Raquel, let me give you the floor. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, so arriving late, but then I'm gonna reshape a little bit what I was gonna tell or talk about, just because I'm gonna come from a different perspective from you all. I mean, representing civil society, I'm representing a very, very, very diverse group of people from all over the world. There are, even within the civil society, there are groups like Article 19 or myself who are used to be part of discussions in Geneva in general, the EC, the UN, and here in Brussels, and there are grassroots groups. My focus specifically in terms of program, it's with access, no? What they call it, meaningful connectivity, universal connectivity, something like that. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about our experience, because the program that we have that works with technology from an infrastructure level, and of course it's involved in SDOs, has already 11 years. I've been working with Article 19 on that for 6 years, a bit more than 6 years, specifically in the ITUR and the IEEE, everything regarding access, no? And of course, one thing that I had to understand, because we also coordinated for almost 10 years a fellowship, is how we're going to bring people from different parts of the world, especially the global south, because we know that there are voices that are absent in those groups, to an SDO and make this engagement relevant. No, just as Ilaria mentioned, not just like a token or someone who's in the room, but somebody who can actually work, contribute, and also stay working with this topic. So these are very difficult elements. I come from academia, and this kind of a mixture is something that I was used to, because one thing that we cannot forget is that sometimes we have very relevant small industry in the connectivity ecosystem, for example. They are founded and composed by IT people who haven't finished college. So what should we do in this case? Because, involving universities they won't be in the room, and they might not be, they might not think that they, attending an ITU meeting or IEEE meeting in person that happens in different parts of the world. It's something where they want to put their money until they are bought by a very big company, and then suddenly they become like the next big thing, and then it's already too late, like Rain said. So I'll just bring some elements of our experience, since many people talked about case studies here. So one of the things is that I think that we hear different people saying that there is this kind of suspicious approach, like, you don't know GitHub, I don't talk to you. This is, if you are used to IT activists, privacy activists, you're used to this kind of, they hear the sound of some private software being turned on and they leave the room. This is not a joke. This is something that happened. And you have to work with them. So you have to find ways to do that. So it's up to the person interested in creating this connection to find ways that, you bring them back. It's the same thing when I'm in the ITU and we mention something about the UN and human rights, and they say, this is technology, this is neutral. Well, I have a PhD in
theory of communication, semiotics, say that the technology is neutral, it's you're suspended like in the first week if you do that. But that's the main reason. I'm talking about an official reason that it's in thousands of documents that why they are so closed and why they don't open it a little bit more. But at the same time, I also have reasons to understand why they wouldn't do that. For example, what I was mentioning to some people here, we all know that LEO satellites, it's one of the big things in terms of internet service providers. And we have in some working parties at the ITOR 900 documents coming just to be debated and discussed in 2 weeks. How we're going to do that, we're not sure. But this is like, a very strong river that has a flow. And then there are the people that we want to bring from Nigeria, from South Sudan, and they have to be there. Nobody's going to stop the river or make it like, a little bit slower, so we can accommodate that and say like, oh, in this case, they don't understand human rights the way we do. But we have to say like, we need connectivity, we need diversity. We cannot have a real state in the space where just a couple of companies have their satellites there. This is going to be complicated. So how do we, create a kind of language to be able to be understood by the people who are already in this flow, and at the same time understood by the people that we want to engage, no? So my personal expertise is that, no, there is no one size fits all, but I work from the bottom up. If you work from the top down, the work that you do, it's absolutely important, because it's not going to be me and my fellow from Nigeria who are going to convince 900 people or, spectrum engineers who are the nerdest of all nerds in a room that, just like slow down a little bit because we have to think about human rights. So we really need to have like the UN, the EC, groups like we all seen here saying like, this is important because, and then you might have your academic paper, you might have your case study. So, but one thing needs to live with the other, no? But yeah, the routine of these groups, because remember, the closer the group is to petit comité, they have a way of working and they don't want to change it. And then we have a group of activists who are also a small group of people who don't want to change. And then there are some people who are interested in creating and building bridges. This is the kind of work that I do. It's not for everyone because it can be a bit tiring, but it's, something that we can work with. But we also need the work that you do, because eventually sometimes it's like we have this agreement of the UN or the big organizations saying like all those 100 and something countries agree to that. So please, let's stop the flow a little bit and let's discuss a bit of whatever we call the human rights aspect there.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to question 2 now, which is integration of human rights in standardization a burden, and what could be the drivers? And I'm going to give that question to both Gregorio and Emilio first off, and then Florian, Sandra and Lorraine might have comments on that too. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So I would like to give you another point of view on this topic, given our expertise in Fondazione LIA, which is a non-for-profit organization based in Italy and focused on digital publishing accessibility, around accessibility, that I don't have to mention why it's relevant for human rights. It was already mentioned today, about accessibility as a key driver for developing new version of standards. So as taking care of human rights as a driver for developing something new. We have been worked in standards since the early beginning, because we really think that this is the way to make things interoperable and also to go against the book famine. That means that there are not that much accessible books for everyone, meaning accessible book for low vision and blind person. And so we worked in the EPUB inside W3C around metadata, Onyx, the metadata for the libraries that is MARC. And in this area, in the last years, accessibility has been the driver for the innovation. So counting the number of innovation that we released in the last 5 years, I will say that around 5-6 new standards, new release were around accessibility. Just one was around a new market demand. And I think this is quite interesting. And how did it happen? I mean, for sure, there are two elephants in the room that are some new laws, international laws that arrived in the last 10 years. We have the European Accessibility Act, you may have heard about it, that required that all ebooks, along with a lot of products and services, have to be accessible, has to be produced accessible since the early beginning, and the Americans Disability Act, Title II, that has similar requirements. So I will say that the digital books reached a certain level of maturity around a few years ago with the release of EPUB version 3. And after all, Gutenberg invented the print technology 600 years ago. So we have quite a long history, and I mean, we have something to build on. So the impression was that the standard was quite good enough and didn't need major updates. Then this law came. We as Fondazione Lia, we were working on digital accessibility since before the law, but they arrived, and we have understood that some developments were necessary, and those were driven by accessibility. Some examples: enriching the content semantics. The semantic that was available was not enough. Managing and displaying the accessibility metadata through the supply chain. Now, if you try to buy an ebook on different bookstores, digital bookstores, you will find information about accessibility, and all that was standardized. The guidelines for managing the description of complex images, and also how to create fixed layout publications. But the interesting thing, I think, is that this gave better standard for everybody and a higher quality for everybody. For example, if you have experience in reading in digital, having interactive table of contents, having a text-to-speech engine that can read the content for you, this is quite important for dyslexic and low visions, but we have found that a lot of students actually use text-to-speech to reread some of their textbook at night for sleeping, I think, I'm not sure. And also moving from fixed formats like, PDFs to reflowable formats. You all have the experience of reading a PDF on your smartphone, and it's a nightmare. So if you have read some ebooks for some year now, you may have seen that the quality has grown year by year. While on the other hand, the main innovation that was driven by the market has been related to vertical comics, what are called webtoons, the Korean webtoons, which is great, but I mean, it's just one new feature against many others for accessibility. And I think this stress one point that is quite important. This not only happened in publishing, but in many other industries, where technologies that were born in the accessibility field became mainstream. Think about text-to-speech, as I mentioned, responsive design for websites, subtitles or captions for videos. Now every social network has videos with captions, subtitles and captions, or the home assistants. So using this as a key driver for then making the technology a mainstream, we think it's a good key to see how human rights can help developing new standards.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Gregorio. And maybe over to you.
Thank you. So one advantage of being in the final panel is that you can rely on what everybody else has already said, and this is what I'm going to say because it makes logic. So you asked me about what could be the drivers. Drivers is, we have been said in previous panels, generate trust in user and consumers, so you know that they are in compliance with human rights, they believe, and they will use the standard, being implementable, compliance with the legislation. This is, for instance, one of the reasons why in Europe they use harmonized standards. You have, of course, the legal requirements in the legislation, but harmonized standard provides presumption of conformity, incorporating by design those legal requirements translated into technical requirements, and then boom, people are free to use them or not, but everybody uses them because it's easy to provide the presumption of conformity and to be sure and to tell the user, the companies that are putting products in the market, if you use this standard, then you are sure that it's in accordance with the law. And I will give you an example. For instance, in ISO ICGTC1 SC38, when they were discussing the cloud service level agreement standards, they were all there, making there, the standard was almost finalized, and then boom, somebody realized, oops, it's not complying with the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. So what does it mean? That in practice it was not implementable in Europe. Thank God we realized at the very last moment, but we realized, and thank God we had an expert from TNO that was available. We could fund it through a new project. We sent the person there to discuss with the plenary. They went there. He explained, guys, we have a problem because we didn't consider it since the very beginning. Since the very beginning, it would have been easier. And he went there. He discussed. He managed to put it in accordance with the GDPR. It was not such difficult, but it has to be done. And the standard is perfectly applicable in Europe now as well. So this is one example of the driver. Now, the second question, it has also been discussed, and it's normal. It's a burden. Let's try to make as minor burden as possible. And again, we have got some hints from the previous speakers. Arnaud was saying, we need a tool. Yes, let's design that tool that could be incorporated into the normal technical process of the standardization in the technical committees. And you have said it, Sandra, as well. We have the WT principles. They are there. Everybody's using them and they are incorporated, but we have to make the relation with the human rights in this case. Or Lorena, I have really liked your presentation. I swear that I've never talked to you, but it's common lines completely because I could design all the presentation. And you have said it, clear procedural checkpoints. And then we need this institutional partnership. We need to ensure that there are experts that can participate and not relying on one single expert that is motivated, but rather making it as part of the technical committee development procedure. And then it's easy and you reduce the burden because people will get more and more used to it. You also say that you need the experts there and not activists, but really people that understand what is standardization and how they can contribute. And then, of course, we will need awareness and all these things. I can give you another example. I have given on eCall standardization. eCall is when the vehicle has an accident, the in-vehicle system calls the 112 and sends a minimum set of data. So we made that in Europe. I was following that project. We had a very nice technical demonstration. We thought, okay, we have the standards, everything is ready. Boom, the data protection authorities tell, but you didn't consider that you have plenty of personal data being sent. Yeah, but we send it to an emergency response center. They are used to do that. Oh, no, it's not enough. You have to take safeguards and ensure that you send as minimum information that is personal as possible. What did we do? We had a brilliant expert from ANEC that went there, received the mature again version of the standard, looked into it, made a proposal how to improve all the problems that we have with the privacy and personal data protection. We had one morning of the technical committee meeting discussing with everybody around the corner, the automotive manufacturers, the mobile network operators, the central, the emergency experts, and it was done. So then it was clarified that it was privacy compliant. That was very helpful because then when we have to discuss with the policy matters, immediately they say, but this is not in conformity with the data protection and privacy. What have you done? It's invasive. No, look, we have done it and it's like that and that for this reason. Yeah, you're right. So this is a powerful diagram. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Emilia. Very nice. Emilia. Lorraine, you have your hand up? Yeah, and then I'm going to already apologise to Alexandra because I'm going to eat 5 minutes into your presentation, so we're going to have to speed it up in our responses, though. Okay, go, Lorraine. Thank you very much.
It's just one point that Amelia raised that I think was really important, which is that when you're talking about bringing all of these voices together, it isn't just about opening the door, letting everybody sit at the table and hoping that it works out. Developing standards, I have come to learn, is a very particular process with very particular requirements. And certainly as a human rights practitioner, I wouldn't be able to engage in that process without Standards Australia developing or devoting significant time and resources into capacity building and making sure the experts that they engage and the people they have on their committees are given really good training to understand how they can best contribute their expertise within the existing framework. So that side of things is really important.
Thanks, Lorraine. Can you all actually read in the chat as well? I'm not going to read it out, otherwise it's going to take too much time. But Avnor's got back on this, and whilst you are reading that, I want to pass the floor quickly to Florian and Sandra, who have quick comments on this question, and then we'll move on to our final one. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Well, we don't think, of course, that the integration of human rights in standardization is a burden. Actually, at the contrary, we think that companies, they have an essential role to play in the field of human rights, and Orange is taking this role very seriously. We are developing several actions in the field of human rights policy. It lays on 4 pillars, which are promoting the digital inclusion. We are doing that through our program, Orange Digital Center program, which aim to reduce the digital divide between people by providing free training on digital skills to everybody who comes into this center. Well, in promoting digital inclusion, it also means working on the accessibility. This is why we have accessibility features for our customers with hearing or visual issues. And the second pillar is working on the safeguard privacy and freedom of expressions. And of course, we are by law requested to ensure the privacy of conversation and protecting the personal data. But we are going beyond the law actually, because we are also part of the Global Network Initiative, which is an organization which aims to protect and advance freedom of expression and privacy. Basically, as a member of the Global Network Initiative, we have to assess whether a government request is lawful, necessary, and proportionate before handing over the user data. And the third pillar is working towards non-discrimination and equal opportunities. And this is why within our company, we have schemes to increase the number of women in technical professions, and we also gender diversity targets in management. The result of this policy are 30% of women in senior management. It's not enough, but it's still rising and rising. And the pay gap is actually below 2% for similar positions. And then the fourth pillar of our human rights policy is ensuring decent working conditions and conducting business with trust. And we have a very strict policy against child labor in Orange, as we are a member of what is called the Joint Alliance for the Corporate Sustainability Responsibility. And it's an alliance which aims to improve the social, environmental, and ethical conditions in the global telecom supply chain. Basically, it works by harmonizing audits and standards among the major operators. The idea is to focus on responsible sourcing and answering suppliers. They respect the labor rights, the environmental rules, and the business practices. So this is why we don't think that the integration of human rights in standardization is a burden. We don't think that at all. And this is all we are developing our policy in the field of human rights.
Thank you. Sandra, very quickly.
I have exactly the opposite opinion. I do think it's a burden, which doesn't mean that it should not be done. Of course, it needs to be done. Everything that is hard, that is a way to implement our values, that implies negotiation, calling more people to the table, finding solutions that fits everyone. It takes time, a lot of time sometimes, and this is something that it's another elephant in the room. It takes time and it's difficult. And of course, it is felt like a burden. That doesn't mean that we should not do it. We definitely should do it.
Thank you very much. Okay, you each have now 20 seconds maximum to respond to question 3. We're going to start with Beatrice and go just one after another, so I'm not going to call your name. As our last takeaway action for today's last panel before we move to the concluding session with Alexandra, thank you. What kinds of changes would you like to see in the next 1 to 3 years in standardization processes to make them more responsive to human rights concerns? Beatrice, go. 20 seconds each.
Very quick. So I want to see more engagement and continued engagement of multidisciplinary scholars throughout the whole standardization processes.
Is this the order? Yeah. I would suggest to look at the W3C process for publishing new documents that requires horizontal review, as Simone already mentioned, that allow to check that every specification comply with some basic rules about human rights.
I'll speak quicker so I can say more. So more effort in translating data into information so that people can participate, knowing and being aware of the context. So leveraging complementary expertise because diversity is important. Fail first, better. So then we don't fail when it's more expensive. So test it out before going public. And more support into operationalization. So to understand how to bring some principle into practice. Not being left alone.
Well, I think that having ITU standards in the human rights areas is something super important because it will allow companies and ensure everybody to deal with these questions equally. And the thing is that we are currently subject to different rules because other parts of the world, it happens that they are less protective in the field of human rights and privacy. In EU, we have the GDPR, on accessibility, EU Accessibility Act, on protecting people online with the TSA. So having standard or human rights in the field of ICT will allow countries where such a regulation don't exist to offer the same level of protection to the citizens. And so in 1-3 years, I'm convinced that the work on the human rights standardization worldwide, it will benefit to a larger number of citizens.
More collaboration between academia and standardization bodies with pre-normative work being done inside academic settings, because that will save standardization time later on. Introduction of a new role in each standards, the development organization, technical committee, working group that is responsible to check responsiveness to human rights of each work item at predefined stages. We have most of us been speaking about something similar to these all day long. A little bit out of the box, train LLMs as proxies to fill in the participation gaps that we have identified. Stronger effort on operationalizing at the working group level the principles of international standardization, more mentoring, more support to promote active, effective participation from experts, and adequate standardization timelines to allow all these, please.
Okay.
If not on the national level, like we have with the group of Lorraine in Australia, at least on a regional level, have human rights groups who work with ICTs and standards specifically, and of course, more support to the work that the OHCHR is doing specifically on that. I think that for 1 to 3 years, if you get that, it's excellent.
Yeah. So define the clear, precise processes and tools within the standardization organizations in order to incorporate the human rights dimension into the normal standardization process with as less burden as possible and including awareness and capacity building and support to human rights experts.
Bye, Lorraine, thank you.
Thank you. In just one sentence, I would say that I would love to see the embedding of human rights considerations in a sustainable way, and that's through consistent processes and institutional engagement.
Lovely. Thank you so much. A round of applause to our final panel. Thank you so much, all of you. Please don't go away. With that, I would like to invite up immediately Alexandra Orr for our final conclusions. Apologies for the delay. Alexandra is a counsellor at the Permanent Mission of the Republic of Poland to the UN office in Geneva, where she's responsible for the digital and telecommunications portfolio. She's served as a career diplomat for over 10 years, the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A lawyer by training, she holds a master's degree in international law and security. And the floor is yours. Thank you, Alexandra.
No? Yes. Yes. Colleagues, wow, you've lasted so long. I am really, really grateful that you're still here and I can say my few words now. Thank you to the organizers, first of all, the European Commission, ITU, OHCHR, and really congratulations on this fantastic event. I am so inspired, which is great because I need this for my work. I'm really impressed that you managed to bring together such a diverse group of stakeholders in one room. We have engineers, we have industry, we have civil society, international organizations, we have SDOs, we have academia, national human rights institutions, and well, governments. Really big thanks of including us all here. And I think this is great food for thought for our future work. In diplomacy, we often say that the rules we write today shape the world we inhabit tomorrow. And nowhere is this more evident than in the digital domain, which changes so very quickly. And the standards that guide our information and communication technologies, many of them are drafted in technical committees far from the public eye, and they are quietly becoming some of the most influential governance instruments of our time. We have heard so many insightful and inspiring points from the fabulous experts and speakers. As I have been assigned this role of concluding today's meeting, I would like to offer a few remarks. Firstly, it is clear to me that we had this discussion today and it was so fruitful because we are on the same page. We understand each other. We agree that the most basic points that human rights are necessary in standardization are needed. And to have this level of understanding, we have it elsewhere. We need awareness and capacity building. This has come out from the discussions. I've heard it a number of times, but we need it everywhere. We need it on the expert level of technical SDOs, where we need to translate in plain terms the human rights language. And also among the human rights experts, we need to tell them that there is this whole field of standardization that they need to go into and dive deeper so that we do speak the same language. Technical standards are sometimes viewed as neutral, and please don't ban me from the university. They are not, they are also seen as apolitical artifacts. But in reality, they determine how people experience their rights in digital environment. They shape how data is collected and protected, how identities are authenticated, how algorithms make decisions, and how information flows across borders. In effect, they define the architecture within which rights such as privacy, freedom of expression, and non-discrimination are exercised. When these standards are developed without a human rights lens, the consequences are not theoretical. They are immediate and global. A standard that permits weak encryption does not simply create a technical vulnerability. It creates a human vulnerability. A standard that fails to account for diverse populations, including all continents, can embed bias into systems used for hiring, healthcare, or public services. And once these shortcomings are built into widely adopted technologies, they become extraordinarily difficult to remove and to correct. We also face a structural challenge. Digital innovation moves at a pace that traditional regulatory frameworks struggle to match. As a result, technical standards often become the de facto rules long before legislation is enacted and debated. This places an even greater responsibility on governments on standardization bodies, on engineers and policymakers to ensure that the principles that we consider fundamental offline are there also online. At the European level, we have recognized this challenge. ETSI is leading by great example in including the human rights checkpoint system in its standardization work across the entire lifespan of standards. This is not simply a matter of compliance. It is a matter of ensuring that human rights values are reflected in the digital systems that shape our societies. It has also been increasingly recognized in more global SDOs, I'm happy to say. Over 30 member states and the European Commission have put forward a contribution to TSAG meeting last February 2026, which proposed to adopt a human rights-based approach to the ITU standardization processes. My own country, Poland, was one of the countries who strongly supported this initiative and will support this initiative so long as I stay in the position I am in. We will continue our efforts to convince the standard setting community of the usefulness of this approach and the necessity of adopting such approach. And we will call on, well, every interested party, everyone here, please support us in that role. Come forward and stay in touch. We are really working on so many different layers of ITU-T processes so that we can embed this human rights-based approach in that SDO. And we are really working on developing the tools that we have identified today as needed. A human rights-based approach offers a coherent framework for meeting this responsibility. It helps reconcile competing priorities, efficiency, interoperability, security, commercial interests. We have heard it all today. By grounding decisions in universal principles that have guided international cooperation for decades. It provides a common language for governments, for industry, and civil society. It ensures that as technologies evolve, the dignity and agency of individuals remain at the center of our efforts. There is also a strategic dimension. Trust, it was also mentioned today, has become a scarce commodity in the digital age. Citizens, consumers, and states alike are increasingly concerned about how technologies affect their rights and their security. Standards that reflect human rights principles, transparency, accountability, fairness, help rebuild that trust. They strengthen democratic governance. They support responsible innovation, and they create a more predictable environment for international cooperation and cross-border digital trade. Finally, we must recognize that human rights obligations apply not only to states, but also to private actors who design and deploy digital technologies. Standards are one of the few tools capable of aligning these actors around shared responsibilities. They help ensure the digital ecosystem is shaped not only by market incentives, even though they are very strong, or geopolitical pressures, which we experience a lot these days particularly, but by values that protect people everywhere. We have a strong foundation to build on. I'm happy to say the UN guiding principles on business and human rights make clear that states not only have a duty to protect human rights, but also that the businesses have a responsibility to respect them, including in the design, deployment, and governance of technology. The question before us then, and I'm about to wrap up, is not whether we can integrate human rights in ICT standardization. It is whether we can afford not to. The choices we make in technical committees, in ministries, and in boardrooms will not determine whether the digital world enhances human freedom or constrains it, whether it strengthens societies or fragments them. As diplomats, engineers, policymakers, innovators, we share a common duty to ensure that the technologies we build serve humanity and not the other way around. A human rights-based approach to ICT standardization is one of the most effective tools we have to fulfill this duty. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everyone. No, you can't hear me. Okay, sorry. I hope you heard that I said thank you a few times. So thank you to the EC, Emilio, Carlos, and Paul, supported by the UN, Human Rights and ITU, with the support of the project StandICT 2029, INSTAR, and InDiCo Global. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What will happen now is that we will produce a report as a summary, and it will be published, and with the hope that it can be then used for promotion for other relevant events that take place in the future. And obviously the recording of the event will be published too. As you know, we said we would be recording this at the beginning. Really active contributions. If anyone wants to reach out to us separately, in addition, we've obviously got also the chat here, then we'll be grateful to any comments and input you're able to put in. And it certainly seems that we've reached another milestone in the organisation of this event. Such fantastic speakers, and thank you also to the participants in attendance. Special thanks to Lorraine, that you still have your eyes open, and you can now go to sleep. And for the next one, let's see how this can be moved forward in a productive, constructive way. So we have our work cut out for us in this report, and any comments back from you, we'd be grateful. Thanks again. Safe travels home. Take care, all of you. Thank you.
And thank you, Silvana, to you and Maria as well. Thank you to you both and your teams for putting this together.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I should say special thanks to Maria Gabriele, who in the background really we're doing all the leg room, and yeah, she's not. Shout out to Maria Gabriele. Thank you, everyone online. Bye-bye. Take care.